Hello everybody, how you doing? Good evening, good morning. Hope you're having a great day. Oh, it has been a little bit busy today for me. Had to wake up early, go see my barber. Then I had to come home and pass out for a couple hours. But I've been dealing with some work stuff the past hour, which is why I'm a little bit later than I would have liked to have been today. Other than that, man, we're here. We're ready. Hope it's been a good day for you. And hold on, sorry. But yeah, we're here. We're ready to continue Tales of Arise. I don't know how close to the end of the game I am or am not. I'm wondering, because earlier in the week I was able to knock out, we got to the credits of Rogue Legacy 2 and of Fez. So I don't think I'm going to get to the end of Tales this weekend, but you never know. We might. But without further ado, let's hop on in. Now, I'm supposed to be going to space.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
But there was something that I forgot I wanted to check out first. Wait, what was that? Livestock reached maturity. Okay. It was in Calaglia. There's a door that I wanted to open. Was it in the garrison? No. Is it in the trench? No. Yes, it was. It's in the Trench of Flames. What do I need to get to? The east side. Okay. So turn around, head to the right door.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Because I think I got a key that lets me open the door over here.
Out of my way! I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
What we're about to see.
Who said anything about letting off? Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
I kind of want to see where the best
What's on the other
place
side of this door anyway?
Why ask me when you can just open it and find out?
kind of want to see what the best SP farm is. Let's use the secret key. This is some kind of bath? A treasury? Looks like something Balsef had built. I mean, yeah, makes sense. Ooh, all kinds of stuff.
But this is...
What are these? I think they're sausages. Actually, they're wieners.
Kisara.
Could you make something with these things? Sure, I could do that later. No! Alright. Damn.
Oh.
Ready for some food. Homegirl wants some wieners, you know? Someone is all about them wieners. Someone's living well. I can't believe Balsef was hoarding something so delicious. How despicable. Another reason things have got to change. Anyways, we should open this place up to everyone. I don't know if I've ever seen her so fired up. It's not a bad thing, is it? Even if it's only because of food. Wow. What a quest.
Nice one, Alphen.
Thanks. Gotta keep up with the competition.
Personally,
I prefer below.
Or
That equipment should come in handy.
got some good equipment.
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting something good right before we're going into space. That's good. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Is that... That's it? Okay. Well... Chat. I think it's time. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go to space.
We've reached our destination.
Let's do it. Hold on. I want to save over my other one. Now that I've done the other thing. Let's do it.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis?
I did.
After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order
Fair.
of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
I had to.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
Yeah. Hasn't worked so far.
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right?
Oh.
And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them
There's
to
a
oppress
lot
us
of
again.
high-level beasts down here.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
Yeah.
That's right. If we can take
Whatever
it back, then Shion can
that
finally
means.
get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Uh-oh. Secret time?
Yeah.
Oh. She's hiding something still. He knows it. That seems like a very uncomfortable way for everyone to be sleeping.
Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own?
Alright. Oh, Shion. Oh, I see you. They couldn't just have this be part of the cutscene?
Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why?
Wait, what? What's going on?
You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Yo.
Stay out of my way.
Xion, you don't mean it.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Yeah, that's what I thought, Xion. That's what I thought. So what's the deal, Xion? Gotta come clean.
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time. The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns.
It'd be
They're
nice
me,
if
but at the same time not.
that
part of
immortality
me.
was useful in battle.
I have no idea why. But my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
It's a suicide mission.
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
So how old are you?
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
That's why she was so cold and bitter, trying to push everyone away.
We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize. My powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time.
What's that mean? What were the
But
thorns
they
going
don't
to do?
anymore. Not since Lenegis,
Oh.
when the wedge fell.
So that's why the thorns have been going a little haywire.
Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself.
So she's a ticking time bomb.
You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way. Alphen?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Yeah, law.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
And
So be
Bolron's
it.
still out there somewhere.
I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again.
Plot twist.
Shion,
The, that massacre he thinks he did
no matter what happens from now
all
on,
those years ago might have
I'm
actually
here with you.
been the result of those thorns.
All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys, you're all so stubborn.
Look at how happy everyone is.
Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
Yeah. Into space. talk to the other party members. Alright. What's up, homeboy?
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
Yeah, I mean, I
So
don't even
where
know
do
what
her thorns fit in then?
the whole point
Well,
of the maiden
I imagine they must
is.
sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renan would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How did old girl get to the planet in the first place? Did they ever tell us that? Because it's quite possible that they just sent her down here just to destroy the planet.
How you holding up?
Unbeknownst to herself.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Homeboy's ready to fight everything, like the concept of fate.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
The thing is
You
it's not like...
Really think so?
I don't think her
Yeah, I
goal
do.
at the start was
If she didn't think of us
so
as friends,
altruistic.
I don't think she could have ever opened up to
Maybe
us
she
like
just
that.
wanted to die at
You
the
were a
start.
good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Not necessarily to save everyone
I
else.
really hope
just to
so. I want to be the best I
be
can
done
for her.
feeling like shit.
When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Alright, Law.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time though, right?
Nope.
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her.
Didn't really
No
figure
matter
it
what.
out. He found out at
Yeah,
the same time as
with
the
all
rest
of us
you.
together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry.
Damn.
I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point. But I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Makes me wonder. Talk to Shion. Alright, before I do that, I'm gonna grab some more coffee. But first, like with the campsites, we get the ability to talk to people before sleep. You can get closer to certain people. I wonder how that comes into play in like the grand scheme of things. Like, do you have to be so close to people to get certain side quests, or will it make an impact on something later on? Tales games aren't really the games where like Mass Effect, where your choices have further consequences. So I don't know. We'll see. But hang tight. I'll be right back. Let me just refill my coffee real quick. All right. All right, Shion, let's have our heart to heart real quick.
Hey, you doing all right?
seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
I don't.
No? When was that?
Ow!
Sorry, I can't remember.
Just hit my toe.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just
Which one was Deadime?
shattered the wall that I'd built up around me.
Oh,
Because until that moment,
melted.
I'd only seen you as
'Cause
a
he was a
means
dick.
to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma.
Damn, bitch, it took you that long?
But after that day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose
She
you all.
is thick. Like,
But I also
thick
didn't want to
skull.
live if it
Dumb.
meant you would all die in my place.
Very dumb.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Like, obviously, it's just emotional scene, but it feels like we're coming up on something
One well rested?
real big, right? It's hard
Then
to
let's
tell
go.
how
We
big.
depart for Lenegis.
I mean, we're changing. That dress does not seem sensible for travel. Hold on, which? This? What do you mean? Seems perfectly fine, right? Well, what about? Ooh, actually, how about that? Is that a little bit better for traveling for you, Artie? Oh, that? What, you don't like that? You don't like the super anime style of that outfit? Yeah, so she's got that. Those are really her 4 outfits, and those 2 are close enough to the same thing. And then all that. Oh, damn. I didn't realize she had all this going on up top. What do we got? I mean, she could always put on a straw hat to keep the hair up. Keep the hair out of the way during fights. What's he got? He got anything new? Oh, damn. Homeboy's not here, is he? No. Oh, there he is. So, I gotta show you this.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Yeah, let's do that. Yum, horse meat. Let's do some cows. But I've got to the point in the game already where there are like joke weapons for all the characters now. Joke weapons. So homeboy's got a big old carrot sword. Can't go wrong with a carrot sword, right? They're all farm related too, which is pretty funny. She's got a little watering can. Farmer chic, baby. Problem with hers is it's just a book. Like you can tell like the bookmark looks like it's a carrot leaf, but there's nothing fancy about her carrot book. She's got a fence with a little pig on top. His are great. His are actually great. Look at that. Just wearing little plushies on your arms. I forget what his was. Oh, a pitchfork. Or a pork fork, rather. Oh, I didn't even notice the little pig head on the back. That's cute. But yeah, the joke weapons are just terrible. Yeah, the joke weapons just have terrible stats. Like, it's not even worth it. Actually, hold on. Anything I need to buy? Doesn't look like it. How about sell? Alright, we're good. Time to head to space, baby! Let's do it! This has been a long time coming.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of
I had
which,
to give
Alphen,
Law the farmer
this
hat,
bucket
though.
of bolts got a name?
For sure.
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
That
I
music,
like it. Sounds
is
perfect
from-
for our little escapade.
like that specific part of the music is
Not
from
sure I'm
some movie,
completely convinced,
but I can't think of
well, it's
what
as
that
good a
music
name as any.
is.
From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave
And every
Dana
time I
alone.
hear it, it distracts
And
me.
then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
Like, I'm still thinking about it, and I can't place it. I hate it. That motif right there. How do they know how to fly a ship, though? That's the next question. I don't think it's Jurassic Park.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
Every time I hear it.
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Captain?
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Actually, I think it is Jurassic Park. God damn it. Now I gotta figure it out. I hate that. Alright, hold on. Well, no, it's not that. At least it's not the main theme. Fuck, what is that? I hate... I hate it. Because it's something that I know. But I'm trying to like visualize what I would see with that music playing.
Is something wrong?
But I can't.
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality
killing
as
me.
any other. Tell me though,
It's so distracting.
you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if
You
I said
think.
I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Mm-hmm. Hey, homegirl, what's up?
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came
I mean,
to Dana.
I was about to say, she's not
Let's
the main
just say
person to
I don't have
ask.
many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain.
Damn,
I
sounds
thought
like she went
things
to my
couldn't
high
get any
school.
worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares.
People
visions of the
recoiling when I
coming
touch them, all
apocalypse.
that.
Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion.
Emo
That's
as
when it
fuck.
hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
What?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember?
Such a naive way of looking at it. I mean,
if we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight.
If we're going to win,
I see it. The true
everyone
nature
has
of
to
our
win.
struggle.
All right, so if somebody's going to sacrifice
himself... A victory
himself...
without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Renan can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off.
Yeah,
I
don't know, man.
It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
I mean, I get it. It's like supposed to be
right.
hopeful and
no one's ever changed the future.
Anime, yeah,
without
let's
aiming
do it.
for the stars. We can do this together.
But like, oh no. If I have to sacrifice myself to save everyone, I'm just not going to do it because either everybody wins or not.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dahna in one piece, remember?
300 years ago.
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen.
It's just wrong, okay?
Oh, scaredy cat. No chests or anything, nothing hidden aboard. Nope. Alright. What you got?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
Probably the cryo chamber.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess.
So is this like a
Maori
free
laid me
heal-up
inside here.
point?
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
Must have needed it.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course.
I don't...
That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now. And those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know.
Whoever that crazy bitch is.
But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh?
Yeah, I don't even have a theory
Let's take
on
things one step
who
at
that
a
lady
time.
is. Alrighty.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist.
A caste system?
As a result, family
No
lines that
way.
churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Yeah.
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
True.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so.
And it's, again,
Lenegis is
it's
too deeply involved in all
strange
this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being
that
stolen from us in Paletia.
Neither of the Renans
If the Renis Alma is being
remember
used to
seeing
exploit
her.
Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
There's still so many, like, unanswered threads. And I'm excited to see if we'll actually look at those threads. Like, they've talked about the maiden and maiden powers, but what is the maiden and what's it for? Other than doing something with the sovereign. Which again, why are there two sovereigns?
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
Girl. Why'd
So
you
now
just jinx
what?
that?
We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more,
That
then
would
the
mean there's
Renis
another
Alma
maiden.
might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
Why not?
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. A capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side.
Alright.
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
Huh.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
Wow. Who'd have thought there'd be stuff to fight up here? Probably should have saved just because it's been... Oh. Interesting. It's some... What the hell?
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted.
Huh.
What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Shit.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
But if it's just the
I
lower
would think
class...
the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Uh-oh.
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
Angry? Dickish?
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
Ooh, got a little nickname for him.
So who's Faria?
The girl from the story he told you about all that time ago.
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's
Ooh,
leave the
that's a
talking to
checklist.
Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Yeah. Worse than.
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Renan.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Yeah. We don't have time to stop and chat. Except they gave me another one of these.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what
300
you've been
years is
missing
a
all
long
along.
time.
This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
It's a long time. A lot can change. Not just done for residential quarters falling apart. Okay. Thing topsy-turvy in the residential quarter. Lots of injuries. Stuff keeps dropping on people. And they're also falling down. Hey, old man. Old timer.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands.
That's not good.
Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris?
That's him.
I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First, Lenegis mutates beyond recognition. Now, this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Thanks.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Didn't really tell us a whole lot. Except that they don't get no respect. And communications are shut down. Interesting. Where's that dang sovereign when you need him? This falling apart looks different. Can't get a hold of mother and father. Nothing to fear. There's a reason for everything that's going on. But even the Zeugles are running loose. That seems dangerous. Zeugles are nothing more than our servants. May have gotten out, but I assure you, having them back under control before long. Kids, consider yourself to be proud Renans, then be brave. We have the situation fixed before you know it. Yeah, we'll heal you up. Never seen such potent healing arts. Thanks for taking the time to help an old woman like me. Fancy parfait.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Yeah, what's an orange do? No, this button. 30% CP. Nah, I don't need to use it.
Your lordship, Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
Why are you so defensive, brother? That's not natural. You can't carry it on while things are like this. So, yeah, shit's gone way south up here.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But
Straight
of
up.
course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with
Just
what looks to
ignore
be an
her
entrance in
comment.
it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Info might have made its
Not to
way
this
up here.
extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason.
They're
To them,
brainwashed like
it's
the
all
people in
part
that
of the
last
Sovereign's
city.
grand plan.
The
Pelagian.
Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me.
Interesting.
Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I.
Interesting.
In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony.
But it's a different kind
But
of sovereign,
is
right?
also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Yeah.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
But
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction.
just had a question.
Let's go find it.
But I don't remember what it was already. Wait. There's a lot that's not adding up here. You know?
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld.
Allegedly.
And all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
True.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Is that a side quest? It sure looks like a side quest.
I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seemed to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Funny stuff. Want to know which lord I support? Why? Are you canvassing for someone? I'm with His Excellency, Wolsey Teldilis. You probably know him better as Lord Balsef. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I recognize he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Teldilis doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who serve it will be the first to admit that. But His Excellency always stands up against any who would mean us harm. Of that we can be sure. His efforts in the crown contest aren't only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe so much to His Excellency, I could never dream of serving any other lord. Yes.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Lord Dohalim, you've returned. And I see you've brought aides with you. Do you remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? Not only do I support House Iokaris, but more specifically his lordship personally. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship with any who will listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject through this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumult, man, pronunciation is some, isn't it? Tumult, according to Goggle.com. I've been unable to upload them. I know, since you're all here, I'll just read them aloud. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose every word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed House Iokaris, and his name, Lord Dohalim. Music is his passion. The arts his great love. The scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic is his posture, why, the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Damn, girl. Once he becomes our sovereign, Renan shall bloom anew, ushering in an era of prosperity for our grand civilization. Until that glorious day comes, I shall forever be praying for his victory, morning, noon, and night. Whew. Well, what did you think, my lord? I poured my whole heart into it, hoping to capture your essence. Wait, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's love for collecting things. I must take this time while the lines are down to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete. Damn, homegirl's obsessed.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
Well, I never. To think anyone would tear me away from House Valkyrus. What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lord Doalim, or that dreadful Lord Almadria, do you? You don't? Well, don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyrus for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Ganabelt behind the scenes so that he might emerge victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist they're utterly mistaken. Though I won't deny he can be strict, he puts Rena's interests front and center, like no one else. Why, he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way, we will become masters of both worlds, and overturn the current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there a greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. It's a pursuit of power for the advancement of all our kind. It is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my two sons have blessed him with the honor of joining him on the surface. As their father, it fills me with endless pride.
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people who cared about it until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
Because you're a Danan. A filthy, gross, scummy, dirty Danan. Yuck. Yuck, Danan. Yuck. Well... on we go.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed, the effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Caenorus. I must ask you to depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house, who ruled over by the esteemed Lord Almadria. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you ever noticed how in the history of Lenegis, only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almadria quashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father and previous family master, she also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She's a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, who gives her enemies nary the slightest opening to strike. Truly, Lord Almadria is a woman of talent. No one in all Rena better exemplifies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy. Soon, the age of a glorious woman sovereign reigning over Lenegis shall be upon us at last. Girl, she dead.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Volran supporter?
Ridiculous.
Huh, how loathsome. I was just reading about Volran. Can I help you?
Okay.
I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Urwaggle Hildress. Urwaggle Hildress. Man, these Renan names are something else. Were it not for his sudden death down on the surface, I likely still would be. In my eyes, Lord Urwaggle is the true Water Lord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident, like they say. That's for how Volran runs Ganatheros. Don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danans, but even his fellow Renans. I may live in a society where to the victor go the spoilers. The spoils. But his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this house Ignaceri of his anyway? Never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. That such an ignoble lineage could suddenly produce an astral artist capable of ascending to lordship is unheard of. None of it makes any sense. Not to mention all of this upheaval around here as of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volran either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganatheros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary, remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
So you're raised to be dummies.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Renan, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too.
Not Volran.
Balsif and the
a
others.
dick.
They all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us.
Twisted,
so I guess
but
what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Renwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust, as a fellow human being above all else.
yay! Side quest. Alright, what's the map looking like? Alright, so any chests or any pickups over here? No. Authorized personnel only. Damage beyond here is too severe. I have to go around. You got it. This looks wide open, doesn't it? I see a wide open area, I'm immediately suspicious.
What's this thing?
Uh-oh.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Renan should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So who won the last contest?
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
Okay.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Renan?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You guys should know who he is, though.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown
Those
himself
two.
on Lenegis?
Those two
I
are from
guess over
Cislodia.
holocom, maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own.
Interesting.
In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Now, the Dark Master Core obviously was a twist, but it wasn't an unpredictable twist.
Doe?
Oh no.
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation,
not tell
I
you
only
guys
ask
the
that you
story?
wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Damn.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Damn, bitch. It was either him or the other guy. And he was looking out for him. Oh, no. What?
Dohalim.
I apologize that
What
you had
was
to witness that.
What's up with red lady?
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Bruh.
Each of us have our pasts. I am no
You guys have been
exception.
killing guards left and right. You kidding me?
Before, back in Menancia, You mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Damn, everybody. Why you gotta all have this kind of attitude about you? I like how my food, my hunger is running out, and I haven't run into a single enemy since the last time I ate. I don't think I've gotten into a single fight yet today. We're about 2 hours in, haven't had a single fight. Well, oh wait, no. We had that one fight with the level 7 wolves. Lasted like 3 seconds. It's a story day. Pick up some tofu. Yum. Huh. Interesting. I don't think they're doing very well. Like, it's too little things to fire. Come on, guys. Alright. Nah, I thought we were getting somewhere.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed.
Yeah, but he was trying to kill you too.
Despite Faria's lower class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnigan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
Always has
I
been.
suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Even though it
Your
was
praise
based on a
does me
lie.
too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnigan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnigan had fallen for Faria, By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnigan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Yeah, it's not like you did,
Frank as always.
You did anything wrong, other than, you know,
I shall do
being
my best to
selfish.
heed your advice.
What you did was, you were in a kill or be killed situation. And you chose to survive.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right.
Oh no.
Yeah?
I never
you just see the
appreciated
proof?
until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Before we do that, I gotta see if there's any chests or any pickups. Doesn't look like it. Looks like this place is just a bunch of open areas with a whole lot of nothing.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Do my eyes deceive me? Or is my shopping blessed with Lord Dohalim and his servants? That's weird that I can manage my ranch all the way from space. Any new weapons? Ooh, I do have some new weapons. Damn, I got a lot that I can make too. They're all very expensive. I can't make them all. Holy shit. God damn, look at that cannon. I would like to make that, but I don't have any dark mains. So I can make this for her, this for him, and that's what we'll do there. Got nothing worth selling, I think. But you're selling armor? Yeah, you are. But it's not that much better than what I got, so I'm pretty set on armor.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Alright, so I'm gonna save it real quick. I'm gonna grab some coffee, hit the bathroom. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. I feel like we're about to get to something here. Actually, hold up. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I just learned a new recipe as well. What was it? I think it was wieners. Attack up large. Yo. Making some wieners.
This is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away.
Delicious. Attack up large is gonna be pretty nice. Alright. So now I'll save. Alright. Give me just a minute or two. I'll be right back. And then we will continue on. hours in. Alright, fingers crossed. We can get into a fight soon. Change up what we got going on. Hey, look, a fight.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well...
That depends on them. Immediately into fight.
So much...
Alright, it has been a minute since I've been here.
I am Lord Dohan of Elder Menace. I command you.
Threat to the...
Wait, where's everybody fighting?
City must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they've got one.
There we go. Ooh. Wait, where did Here we go. Yo, y'all are fucking me up right now. Alright.
You'll soon see about that.
Like, come on. Take the gun going out. Just keep comboing off Luna Rondo. Because every time I get a crit, it resets my ability bar. I just kept going.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Hold on. I want to check something. Can I just go back and forth? Are they still going to be here again? Because there's a rest right there. Like, can I just farm here? Also, what level are my characters? Okay. I'm back to fighting stuff that's higher level than me. That's good to know. Damn. Ah, they're not still here. That would have been pretty funny, though. Okay. Anything up here? Ooh. Yum. I just need to... It's gonna take me a second to get back into...
Look at that enemy! It's shining!
Remembering how to fight properly. Alright. Make sure everybody's focused.
What about this?
Nope. Wait, what are you? So, if somebody has a lightning attack, that would be useful. I got not that one.
I have no limits.
I've got this.
Shield and
Eternal devastation.
That fucked up.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Eternal devastation.
No further.
Yeah, I fucked up. I did not need to hold my fire attack.
I need to be
nearly that
stronger.
long. But it did some work. Holy shit.
Go no.
Alright. Who's got a lightning attack? Any light stuff? You've got bombs. But I'm not seeing any light astral arts. How about you? You got lightning orb, you got thunder field. I think that's going to be a little bit more. Well, hold on. Thunder blade. Ooh, shit, wrong one.
You're mine. We're not done.
Do without this pain.
I tried to hit dodge, but I fucked up.
I'll burn it all.
There we go.
Flaming pillar. Fire.
Damn, homeboy got a lot of health.
Try harder. No, you can't.
Alright, gotta watch the attack pattern.
You're mine. No escape. I'm not done.
This one keeps.
Get out of there.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you. I'm not done.
Guys, you need to be using lightning stuff on this guy.
You're mine. No escape. You're finished.
I wish they would just like naturally use their weaknesses like enemies. Like you guys see what he's weak to. I've had you use what he's weak to. You just choose not to.
I've taken too many hits.
Take it.
I owe you that. I'll take you all on.
Alright, nice.
Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Searing flame!
You're mine.
Blaze of fire!
You sure this isn't a boss fight?
Here's the evil! Roar!
Here I come.
Back into the
No, you
fray!
can't. Try harder. My turn.
This one's mine! Look sharp!
In here!
Destruction. No looking back.
Vanish without a
Nice.
Take this. Demon
An
Fang.
outstanding effect!
Destruction. Be still.
Going in!
Void Flash.
An
Start up.
outstanding!
I'll burn it all. Flaming pillar. Fire.
Still, just so close. Alright.
Commander of Heaven!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in
That
a
dude
bright and
has
shiny
some
mood.
health.
Right.
Healing art.
Eternal devastation!
Can't let the hatred consume me.
Spicy one, eh?
Shattering the sky. Thanks, Shion.
One down.
That's my cue.
Can't get out of this! Shut him down! No escape!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
No, we should have been at the combo. Is why I did that. Bounce him up in the air.
I'm not done!
Sleep now.
Lunarongo!
Freeze Lancer. Here goes. Do it. Bring it out, Frozen. Hammer.
That juggle power.
You can
bro.
really make weapons with this?
What's with that shining foe over there?
Well, before we check that, let's grab this. Shortcake recipe. Alright.
We're in for a long slow.
Oof.
With this one. So much for talking it out.
If we can get rid of this guy real quick.
In an instant!
Take the weakest. Oh shit.
You're mine! I'm not done!
Oh, balls. Alright, give me just another minute. Got a work call coming in. night. Man, this is why I don't try to get into anything on Fridays. I just keep getting work calls.
Inferno crossing! Do it! Shield! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! My turn!
Nope.
Water! Take this!
That's what I meant to do.
I'm not done! Inferno crossing! Do it! Saving this astral energy! Full throttle!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Ooh, what do we got here?
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is some...
Oh,
Little
shit.
help!
Alright, any electricity, light flavored abilities? How about you? I know you've got Thunderblade. What about you? Oh, you got a lot of ground stuff. Oh, that's light.
My Rider for go! Alright, let me out! Lightning thrust! Lightning strike! Raging cascade!
Time to cross blades!
Glacial sleep now!
Devastation! Be still! Lunar Rondo! Slay! Lunar Rondo! Coming
There you
through!
go. No. I did like 7 different abilities, my guy. I should have been doing a regular. Yeah, I'm gonna do this now. Knock you down.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Try this! Splendid blast!
An outstanding effect.
You're mine! Lewis, try harder! My turn!
This one's mine.
Alright.
Appreciate that.
Nice.
I'll take you all on.
Get him.
Ha! Flare the Molotov!
Take this!
Here goes!
Fuck. I fucked up.
Denied!
Take this!
This one's mine!
Shit.
Eternal blade!
Eternal devastation! Lightning thrust! Stardust! I'll burn it all!
There we go.
Flaming pillar! Fire! Here I come!
You know what? Let's
You picked the wrong fight!
just knock you down.
This one's mine!
I can do this all day!
Destruction! Eternal devastation!
Please now! I'll do this one!
Now!
Damn. I thought I was gonna get both those dodges and that would have been nice.
Now! Here I come! Destruction! Eternal devastation! Be still!
This one's
Take
mine!
this! I owe you one! Stardust!
Lightning strike!
I mean, we didn't need to go over on it right now.
Frozen!
Hammer! I feel sprightlier than before.
Let's see, if I take a right... Oh man, I hope there's an enemy back here. Oh good, there is. Oh god. Actually, everybody, let's start with the little tiny one in the back.
No further!
In here! Inferno crossing! On guard!
We're all in pain.
It's like trying to be up on a wall! By the power of flame!
Damn, we got knocked down right as it was getting ready to get comboed out to death. Bro.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Not quite who I meant to hit, but
Raging cascade! Great fire!
Can't get out of...
There! Got you! Dance in the wind! Airdrop! Annihilate! Dance in the wind! Airdrop! Make it ready!
all right.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all!
Not
My
a chance!
afterlife!
No escape!
Big one now!
Another one.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With this, I can be.
Oh,
Right, here goes!
Lunar hurricane!
No escape!
Lightning orb!
Demon Fang!
Raging cascade! Flame!
It's over!
Without a dance in the wind! Inferno crossing!
Demon Fang!
I'll
Try
eat
this!
this one!
Explosive ray!
Hurricane strike!
ah, damn.
Lunar crossing!
Take this! Demon Fang! You're mine! No escape!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Regenerative crystal. I cannot read. Oof. Crystal that immediately repairs any damage it takes. Probably a heal over time charm? That'd be pretty cool.
I won't forgive you!
No
Far
further!
beyond
Bring
my
it down!
I call upon thee!
Crush! Demon Fang!
I'm the true gunslinger around here!
Still! Here I come!
Piercing laser spear! Here's evil!
No escape!
Freeze lancer! Hurricane strike! You must dance in the wind!
You're mine!
Air strike!
Breathe!
Water! Raging cascade!
Lunar Rumble! Lunar Rumble!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Nobody's on the ground. There we go.
The enemy wields arc too!
You'll soon see about that!
Lunar Rondo!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! My turn!
Lunar corruption! More where that came from!
Eternal devastation! It's over! Demon Fang!
I'll take you all on!
Missed. He got knocked up into the air, so I just went
Flare
right
the
past him.
You're mine! Strike! Take this!
Do it!
No escape! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Let's refrain from losing.
Alright. Shit. What did I do? Icon details. Oh, okay. Yeah, so all that's left is this way.
That's far enough!
Holy shit. This is just a lot of enemies to deal with, you know?
Ignite! Here I come! Take down their defenses! You'll pay for that!
No! Why do you keep changing when I'm trying to look at this guy?
Demon Fang! You're mine! I'm not done!
You make me angry!
That was a bad idea.
You're finished!
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open.
Be my guest! No escape! Destruction! Crush! I owe you one. No escape! Be still! Take it!
God damn.
You're mine! I'm not done! Lunar Rondo! Everyone's all mine! Lunar Rondo!
Piercing?
Hey, who is everybody looking at?
Take this!
Stay away from my friends!
A new lease on life. Hurricane strike.
Grinwell's dead? Come on.
Freeze laser. Glacier your beam. Pierce evil. Better.
Severing
Use a
wing.
healing art.
Here I come!
First aid. So much.
Lunar Rondo!
Lightning condemn.
See what the hell!
Annihilation.
Eternal devastation!
Make it red. Doubling.
Light burst forth!
Radiant genesis. Hurricane strike.
We're not dead!
Lightning strike.
I can carve through armor! My shield! Destruction! Coming through! Ha!
I
Now!
don't have time to take a drink during this fight.
Scarlet Inferno!
Actually.
Radiant light.
Eternal devastation!
Devastation.
Figure this guy's closer to
Consider
death.
yourself finished!
Probably start with him first.
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Holy cow, that's a lot of gold. Womp, 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 womp. Ooh. Where are we?
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
How do you know this is the entrance to the Forbidden Zone? Like, why wouldn't you think it's just a wall? Can you see something we can't? Hot damn.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What?
What the?
That's astral energy, right? Ooh, memory.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
I mean, it goes
Here's
both ways.
what we'll do.
Correct.
We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
So did everyone see that? Looks like it.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
If you just cut that
It was
ponytail
Naori.
right off.
Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
Nah,
No.
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those.
True.
Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can.
I mean,
Which is just another
they
reason
do
I
have
can't
it
afford
bad.
to shield my
Don't
eyes
get me
from
wrong.
the truth.
I wouldn't
Whether you're on Dana or
quite
somewhere
say
else,
just as bad,
you always stay
but
the
they do
same.
have it bad.
Your indignation and righteous passion. Your
You literally
desire
had
to
friends
free
who
and
were worked
protect.
to
They're all
death,
hardwired
Alphen.
into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Alright, big fight. Who are we fighting? Oh, man. Oh shit.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
Red woman shit.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Yo, what? Is that a different Master Core? Different Dark Master Core? Hey, yo? What the hell is that?
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What the hell is that thing? Tormented limbs. Okay.
I've never known Faria to control Zoogles like that before.
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zoogle, then we get some answers.
Is this thing a Zulu? I don't know, man.
It's too much.
Holy crap.
Here's the lightning strike. After orders. Lunar art. Here's a healing art. Great cascade. I'll stop its charge. Thanks, Kisara.
Bro, you got a healing circle on Renan. Why are you stupid? You're a healer. You need to be doing healing stuff. Jesus. Wasting 2 life bottles back to back because homegirl doesn't want to heal properly.
This one's mine.
I gotta get away from that. That almost killed me the last time I was in one of those.
Sleep now. This one's mine. This one's mine. Look sharp. Sleep now.
Well, I wasn't even looking for a weak point. I probably should have.
This one's mine. This one's mine. I'll take you all on.
No, well, that's not what I was trying to do, but it works.
Slayer the Malisa. Lunar corruption.
Here I come!
Can't get out of this!
Tiger blade. More enough.
Was that not a charge?
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Here I come. Look sharp. Hurricane strike.
Devastation!
Gotta get away.
Take this!
Hold on, gotta respond to it quick. Oh shit, I didn't realize he was still blue.
Now you see what I can do. Here I come.
Yeah, there we go. Oh shit.
Going in. Lightning thrust. Here I can try harder. My turn. Tiger blade. Be still. Here's a healing no escape. Lightning strike. Hurricane.
Where you at, buddy?
Easter. Reload. Here goes. Take this. No escape. Lightning thrust. Lightning strike. Hurricane strike. Lightning strike. Lunar Runner. Hear my call. Round and pound. Denied.
Nice.
I'm almost impressed.
How train's coming from you?
I said almost. Don't get carried away. Feel. Hurricane strike. More for the flat. Switch it off. Try harder. More for the now.
Hell yeah.
Take it down.
He's blue though.
On your toes, everyone.
Gotta try and avoid all of that while he's spamming abilities.
Try harder. My turn. I'm not done. Destruction.
Time to let it rip.
I'm not done. Demon Fang. Explosive ring.
I'm nearly done for.
Nice.
Glacial Pride. Here's a healing art. Tiger Blade. Lion Power. Do it. Law.
Got him.
I'll stop your movement. And I'll stop your life.
Okay, what do we got going on next?
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
That ain't Faria.
She's preparing another summoning.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Yeah, about to say, shoot the fucking core. Fucking gut puncher.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything
did
okay?
not.
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
No.
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, If it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim.
Damn.
I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, she didn't say that.
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Yes.
Shion.
You need to get Scooby-Doo up in here.
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Nothing in here. Alright, next we'll be moving on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
It
look
does
at how
tell
angry
us one thing
Hoodle
at
is.
least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Oh, shit. Ooh. Wait, that's the... That looks like the wedge. Or similar... What's the word? Architecture. So what happened?
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
Oh shit. Did I call it? Seeing the thorns. Oh shit. So the ceremony is what caused the thorns. Okay. It's all this frozen time junk. Oh.
Alphen!
What the fuck? Okay. What the fuck?
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
So what did
What
that
the hell was
cause?
that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... Like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A
Oh,
vision
shit.
of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
So
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
why are they trying
The
to
visions of the
activate
apocalypse
the
you've been
end
seeing.
of time?
If I'd known how bad they were,
You'd have let her die?
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
Wow,
If
there's
that is the case,
something dark.
we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know.
Oh.
Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
So, theory, the bad guys, the Renans here, they completely mined their entire planet of astral energy in the pre 300 year gap, right? And after mining all of the astral energy from their planet, that astral energy got pissed. Hence the thorns. So maybe the thorns is like the Renan astral energy conglomeration. But the Renans didn't learn their lesson. And so now they're trying to do the same thing to Dana, the other planet, the good guy planet. And like the energy from the good guy, from Dana, is like, hey guys, take these memories, look at what's going on. If they fuck up this planet too, everything is fucked.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions, I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving.
I'm seeing it as more of a warning.
If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally,
Yeah, Farmer
you
John.
begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
Like, what was the point of even coming out of a cutscene if we're just going to another
we might
cutscene?
very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
Ooh, we got something big happening through that teleporter.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave.
Sixth Sense.
Ghost type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Also, part 2 to that other theory. About possibly Dana being like, hey guys, you might want to watch out, shit's getting a little fucky. The Renaissance, the funky thing, might just be a, God damn. A way to, like, contain the power of the thorns, or, like, the dark astral energy, like a cage kind of thing. Except that the thorns are in old girl. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense. You need some attack. Defense. I can use some defense. Elemental attack. I'm gonna take it. Elemental defense. You're in the front lines. You probably need that. Penetration. That's neat. I'm gonna penetrate all these enemies. Gonna penetrate them so good. Rinwell dies. Bring her up to Shion's level of health. Alright. I think we're doing good there. How are we on this? Use one of those. Alright, we're doing pretty good. Let's hit the save. Alright, let's check it out.
Soon, I have to be ready to face any. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Let's do it. Alright, there's something up ahead of me. Wait. this is
Hold up,
from
you guys.
the
What is
memory.
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious
Yeah.
what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right?
Yeah.
Sure. We can check it out.
Yeah, this is from when we first woke up. Or first awoke Homeboy's memories. I remember this place.
This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
Yeah, maybe they found a new way to create sovereigns. Hence the contest, the crown contest, and no longer need to
The people of
create a
Lenegis,
sovereign.
the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Yeah, just
Did
imagine
no one
dusting
ever talk
it.
about it when you were growing up?
It's a lot of
No, not
lot
that
of
I can remember.
surfaces.
Then again, sovereigns and forbidden zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Alright, anything... Yeah, I see the star. But I'm looking for stuff to grab. It's equipment for storing human bodies, whether it held living or dead ones. They're all empty now. A notice? This area will now be shut down as the project proceeds to the final phase. Oh shit. Showing Lenegis structures. You can see pipes for transporting astral energy sticking out of them. It's showing this room's equipment. It hasn't been used in a long time. How about these beds? Well, experimentation tables, I should say. None of them. Oh yeah, I'm almost out of my attack food as well. Operating table. Many subjects undoubtedly never came back alive from their operations.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, It may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign.
Okay.
It's your call.
Yeah.
Read it. There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
I mean, you already knew you were. This isn't a surprise.
They re-engineered me, right here in this lab.
Alphen.
Like, this isn't a surprise at all.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Like, that's something we already knew.
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Ooh.
Volron? But
So
that
he was
means...
a test subject here as well.
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
But he's a Renan.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
Wait, so does that mean there is no real sovereign?
But what about the winners of the crown contests?
Yeah.
Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest.
Yeah.
It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
I mean, but who is she?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
We still know absolutely nothing about her.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see.
I don't think she's even spoken.
Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Alright.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's a surprise or anything.
Yeah, like, I don't know why.
It's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who
Obviously,
it's for.
you were tested
I'm
on.
scared that I'll put a face
You
to
could have
it.
figured that out from
Just to
the
have
first
someone to
memory.
blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Alright. Oh my god. Master cores are instruments of power containing astral energy that belongs to one of the 6 elements. 5 of these master cores, earth, water, fire, wind, light, are loaned to the Renan lords at the time of the crown contest. Only the dark core is maintained inside the forbidden zone until the Renis Alma is ready to be reformed. Its existence is kept top secret. Underneath the master core's spherical outer layer is a force field crystal used for the purpose of astral energy containment and stabilization. Inside the force field, astral energy is stored in a dormant state. For the duration of their tenure, each lord competes in the crown contest to amass their allotted type of astral energy. In the event of an emergency, each lord may be allowed to withdraw from their respective stock of astral energy as needed. However, the extent allowed is determined based on their own individual strength. Addendum 1. Design flaws have been discovered in how the Renis Alma materializes. Be advised that active master cores may resonate with others located in close proximity and become unstable. Addendum 2. Due to successful regeneration of the Renis Alma, master cores will cease to be deployed and the crown contest will be permanently halted. Huh. So was that the first time the Renis Alma has existed since the 300 years ago as well? Spirit cores are end terminals used for the collection of astral energy. When embedded in a biological subject, it establishes connections throughout the body. These connections are used to amass astral energy generated from physical activity, which is then emitted from the host body itself. Because this emitted energy is prone to diffuse, the host must be placed within range of a spirit vessel for the energy to be collected. This means that Danans must be employed to harvest the astral energy for the purpose of the crown contest. Given the difficulty in producing them, it's advised that spirit cores be retrieved from host bodies and reused upon death. Spirit cores can also be embedded in Zeugles to control them via astral arts. Addendum. Increased physical load on a host body tends to produce increased astral energy emissions. Final confirmation of ideal workload to impose on host bodies without inducing death for maximum astral energy yields is still pending. Which is what the first guy was trying to do back in Calaglia. Each crown contest, 5 of the best qualified members of the Renan populace are chosen to act as lords, vying to serve as the next sovereign. During their tenure, they are granted level 3 authority, as well as one of 5 elemental realms to administer, and its corresponding master core. They are also assigned an ID crest, indicating their designated element. The selection process is based only on astral artistry and physical and mental aptitude. Other variables, such as age, have no bearing whatsoever. Because only the strongest go on to become lords, the position itself does not inherently make an individual any stronger. It should be noted, however, that lords are not the only individuals capable of drawing out a master core's powers. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of the position is mandatory. It's not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. Furthermore, in the event that an acting lord is incapacitated and can no longer serve in their position, a replacement must be quickly prepared. Unique Adjustment Index. Test Subject Report. The following is a report on the successful case of sovereign test subject experimentation. Volran. Although subject possesses high latent potential, it exhibits significant mental instability along with strong distaste for following orders. You don't say. As such, the risks it poses surpass even those of the last successful subject, itself a failure, and is therefore under consideration for disposal. Addendum. This is the first successful case in 300 years. Previously mentioned risk factors are now mitigated due to established control protocols. Subject is to be evaluated under the assumption that Plan 2 will proceed and will be dispatched to Dana under the guise of serving as a lord. So, what's the point of the Sovereign? Like, clearly, the Sovereigns get sent down to Dana for something. So, Naori sending Homeboy down to the planet would have just been fitting right in with plans, right? Sedative Mask. A device covering the wearer's whole face that restricts their mental activity. It was developed for the purpose of pacifying prisoners. Medical applications are also recognized, particularly as a means of preventing patients from sustaining mental trauma. However, doing so is not recommended, as prolonged use of the device carries the risk of inducing a number of adverse side effects. Addendum. Due to the loss of production facilities incurred from the partial destruction of Lenegis, additional devices will no longer be manufactured. After receiving reports of a robust new form of rule emerging in Dana's water realm. Okay, that's Volran. A study was commissioned to investigate the matter in depth. The system is unique in that it elevates only the Lord as the supreme authority while relegating both Renans and Danans alike to enslavement. Test Subject 10105 serves as the realm's current lord and has achieved this without the use of any special powers, drugs, or special devices. Rather, it has done so by sheer governance. Given this method's effectiveness in population control, monitoring of the situation will continue. Addendum 1. Collapse of cognitive facilities via extreme mental repression, rooted in violence and fear, has proven to be key to the style of rule. Once a subject loses its autonomy, they become desensitized to fear, and subsequently cease to prioritize even their own personal safety. Though such a state is ill-suited for commanding officers, it remains an effective way to cultivate disposable infantry and slaves for manual labor. Addendum 2. Soldiers in Lenegis who have undergone this treatment will be asked to secure classified sectors as a trial. The results will be monitored. Alright, so they were brainwashed effectively the same way. That's just confirmation that the guards we ran into earlier were brainwashed the same way as the people down in Pelagian. Lenegis. A large-scale astral energy converter that primarily converts the elemental composition of Dana's astral energy and transmits it to Renan. Activation and control of astral energy conversion is achieved by placing the Sovereign, Maiden, and Renasalma within the central core of Lenegis. It's comprised of classified and essential personnel residence zones around a large conduit, along with the defensive layer surrounding them. The outer layer is deployed upon activation, unlocking the central conduit, while simultaneously functioning as the stabilization mechanism. Due to its design, deployment of the outer layer is expected to cause damage to residential zones. So the outer layer has been activated. However, because that only takes place during the final stages of the spirit channeling ceremony, no contingency plan to address said damage is needed. Until that phase, Lenegis serves as the central base of operations for the management and execution of the crown contest on Dana. Warning. Any personnel with level 3 authority or lower is strictly forbidden from the classified zone. Any violators will be immediately executed. Bruh. I'm already in here. So, they're trying to start that thing again. The, whatever the word, the ceremony. Because it ruins residential zones. The residential zone is ruined because the outer layer of the core is activated. A massive spirit vessel placed on Dana for the spirit channeling ceremony. It serves as the tip of Lenegis' conduit from which it separates. Upon landing in the Danan waters, it extends 2 sets of conducting pathways. The vertical pathways connect to the center of Dana. Meanwhile, the horizontal pathways proceed to envelop the entire surface of Dana. Once activated, it links the biological spirit vessels placed in each realm, efficiently harvesting the planet's astral energy en masse. The accumulated energy is then transmitted to Renan via Lenegis. Because construction and adjustment take place in the Forbidden Zone's regulator area, Lenegis' outer layer must be deployed prior to launch. Intended to function semi-autonomously, only maintenance personnel are expected to manually interface with it when necessary. No other personnel is required for it to function. Addendum 1. Detachable Harvester 1 was lost on Dana after exploding due to the rampancy exhibited by the Sovereign. Detachable Harvester 2's landing point will remain the same as that of the previous model. This is due to the explosion of the previous model, which altered the planetary topography, enabling easier connection to the center of Dana. Ooh. So this is only the second time they've done this. The first time was 300 years ago, and this is the second time they're trying to do the ceremony. The Sovereign acts as Lenegis' central control device for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Danan subject serves as the base of its creation. Okay. In theory, ideal candidates possess equal affinity for every astral element. However, such aptitude is statistically rare to uncover within real-world conditions. As a result, most subjects die during the adjustment period, and stability is still not guaranteed for those who survive it. This instability, coupled with the Sovereign's powers of astral manipulation, pose a high risk to the secrecy of Lenegis if left unchecked. As such, stabilization measures must be put in place via support mechanism when utilizing the Sovereign in the spirit channeling ceremony. Addendum 1. No effective alternate methods to perform the ceremony have been found. Trials on Danan subjects are authorized to continue. Unit 2, or Addendum 2. Unit 2 adjustments are a success. Subsequent adjustments are to be put on hold while extended observation takes place. The Maiden acts as the Sovereign's support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one's granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renan subject serves its functions, providing the Sovereign with the supplemental dark astral it lacks in tandem with the Renaissance. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for the astral energy conversion, as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own power. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. Addendum 1. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Okay. Countermeasures must be considered. Addendum 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden registration revoked and return to its original household. Interesting. Interesting. So, what I'm gathering is 300 years ago they tried this, and because of him and Naori, shit went south. Really badly, right? And it's taken them 300 years to get a new sovereign. And my guess is that they sent Volran down to collect Shion because she's the maiden, and the point was for Volran and Shion to come up here and do the ceremony. Now the problem is if there has to be like some, not attraction, but connection between the two, like positive connection, Volran was going about it all wrong. Equipment for monitoring subjects. Probably had a failure disposal mechanism as well. See lots of numbers. Looks like logs of alignment between subjects and Lenegis proper. A room unchanged over 3 centuries. It's like time itself has stopped here. Ooh, we're about to come up to something. Damn it, I was gonna pause and save again. Oh, another memory. The mask.
Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%?
Whoops.
And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it.
Gave you a 10% chance of survival.
I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough.
So long, Iron Mask.
Please, live for me, Alphen. That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain. and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
Alright. New save. How long? Alright. Let's do it. What's next? Ooh, look at that. That's that architecture I was talking about. Looks like a wedge. They're giving me all kinds of stuff. There's some big fight is coming up. I just don't know what. Is this the center chamber? It is.
This place.
Shit.
We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Probably shouldn't have gone up there.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held.
Time for the red
The
woman to show
spirit
up.
channeling ceremony.
Or Volran.
This is where the Renis Alma was.
But who,
So this is the place where you and Naori...
but who is behind everything?
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
What are you doing? What you doing, guys?
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony.
Oh, interesting.
That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
It's a...
What we did back then.
like a pre-recorded message.
Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it.
Sort of.
About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself.
Okay.
The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power.
Okay.
I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
Getting some answers, finally.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own.
Oh, shit.
I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me.
Okay, so she backed out, which is what
But it was
caused the
too late.
malfunction.
Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me.
Wait.
Because of what I had done.
Kill everybody on Lenegis?
With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how.
Supposed to be used on Dana, but because you backed out.
Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead.
Okay.
That's what I hoped, but
damn.
alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost.
I'd say that's what I was thinking.
And Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well.
Whoops.
Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Okay. So the goal was to use the Renis Alma as some sort of
That
cage,
message just now.
prison.
Was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
And it didn't work because, you know, people had disappeared. Ooh, fancy new get-ups. Damn, they fancy.
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
But what happened to, like,
locating the
all
Renis
of her
Alma
hair?
would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign.
You just need a Renis Alma.
Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
Yeah,
I do.
That means it
We can
sounds
rid
like...
you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
Sounds like you've been misreading your visions all
However,
this time.
the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Yeah.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Renan until we find it.
So what, we go to Renan
we can
next?
protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
But why? Where's the
How
red
do you
lady?
know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori.
No fight?
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
Yeah.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns.
Aww.
The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself
does deserve a
and
smack
finally know what they were
or
like.
two.
Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Oh.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Yeah, that armor you're wearing, Alphen, seems a little less defensive than your previous armor, if I'm gonna be real. Whoa, 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 hold up. Advanced healing art. Oh, yeah. Alright, 1166. What do you got? What do you got? Faster charge wouldn't be bad. jump, over limit extension. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold off. But it looks like I'm getting pretty full on these pages, man. The Sodale Arthelus. Sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out their latent power. The Gam Arthelus. The Laz Fiarchus. Or the Leze Fiarchus. Nope. Arts. Nope. Equipment. Oh, he's already got it on. Oh, look at that brand new background art. It's been a while since we've gotten some new art here. That's nice.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Yay!
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
Alright, which door did I... So I gotta go this way. Anything else in the room? Doesn't look like it. Alright, moving on. There's so much going on. Ooh. Forbidden Zone Depths. Warp room. Okay. Ooh. I don't like these gross doors.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
Oh.
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Oh shit.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Oh man. Oh man. Go to the depths of the Forbidden Zone.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Yep.
Except the Danan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renan Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, This isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Got him.
Shut up!
Got him. Alright. Let's hit a save once again. Give me 2 minutes. Gonna run a couple ads. Gonna hit up the bathroom, refill my water, and then we'll get moving. at it. We are about to jump into some big fight, I'm sure. We've been on quite a build-up for the past hour or so. Hour to 45 minutes to hour. Let's see what we got.
Volron! He really was still alive.
Sort of.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Without a
Wait,
maiden?
though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Renan, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Sacrificed in the heart of Renan?
Over there.
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
Oh,
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
They did say they
That's what
found a
caused
way to...
Lenegis' transformation. And the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
Okay.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
But didn't we stop it?
I don't know.
By stopping the
But
wedge?
whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
Okay, so what, you just want to walk up and snag it?
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
There
The Red
she
Woman.
is.
So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
Oh,
all have the same face?
shit.
How is that even possible?
That's why we saw so many of them. Ooh. Oh. What the fuck are you?
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Renan.
Okay.
They're not feeling...
I'm gonna go after that one then as well.
targeted.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Not getting a lot of damage in.
I'll heal you all.
Take this!
Leave the charges to me!
Healing
Not today!
Look sharp!
Alright, I'm not seeing like a weak point on it or anything.
I'm not done!
Damn it. Out of ammo.
Their arts were interrupted!
Oh shit!
Try harder! Not again! I'm not done!
Holy shit, Ringwell.
Take this! Destruction! Take this!
Nice. He already needs this.
Hear my call! Igneous! I'll take you all
Okay.
on! Ha! Flare the Malisa! How about this?
Come on!
He's not even moving though. I don't think that's gonna do anything now. All I can do is this as far as boost rank. Oh shit, they're blue. I feel like they're about to teleport somewhere else and do it again. No? Why? Let me lemon myself. That works. Get out of here. Shit. Oh shit.
Here's a healing art. Demon Fang! I owe you one. Demon Fang! Destruction! Try harder! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Destruction! Be still!
Damn, I thought I... Fuck. Got it off.
Here's a healing art! Demon Fang! Right up the front! I'm ready to go! Explosive ring!
There it is. I knew that was coming. I was about to use an item, but I heard her say I'll heal you all.
My turn! How about this? Be still! Flaming thrust!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Hey, so they are dark, so they are weak to lightning.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
So they all share a health bar, is what it seems like, yeah.
Glacial power! Tiger Blade!
It's just 3 targets, even though they share a health bar.
Tiger Blade!
I'm not done!
Actually, let me, you guys are beating up on my lady. I don't like that. Oh shit, we are burning through our cure points. Throw a pineapple in. Oh shit. Ooh, that's not good.
Ready to go!
Try harder! Not a chance! You're mine! I'm not done! Take this!
Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Destruction! Eternal devastation!
Here, let me help.
Alright. Alright. Trying to hope my counter would actually hit something. Nope.
I'm not done!
Alright, they're doing a thing again. We're in well. Get out of the way.
In here. I owe you one for that. I'll be saving this one. Recover. Hey, just wait. Take it. Let me show you where in here.
This fight wasn't too bad. I burned through a whole lot of healing, which makes me think there's going to be a phase 2 to the fight.
Armor won't save you.
Needed to make sure I got that off.
Die! Consuming wildfire! Light! Astral dance in the wind! Air thrust! Inferno thrust! Look sharp!
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Do it!
Nice. Hey, double decker, welcome in. How you doing tonight? All right, phase 2.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
I mean, they barely seemed affected by
really over?
any of the attacks.
Astral energy.
Watch out! We've got something up their sleeve!
Just sitting at work. Shit.
What?
Self-destruct?
It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
How's work going for you tonight? Yeah,
You had me worried there.
I've been on call. I've had a few things to deal with work-related tonight. It has not been great.
Who said you could touch that?
Oh, shit. Volran.
Damn it! He's awake!
Yeah, he's been muttering.
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did
That
you
was
really
easy.
think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alphen, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah.
So is this dude a Danon? But he's been using astral arts. So is he a mage?
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to
Seems like we're gonna
specifically be a
hospital
Dana.
if subject changing
Then there
Tim.
were the
Oh
records
yeah,
we found in the library.
absolutely.
For you and Volron.
Did you see them made it?
They
Yeah,
were
I've
locked
noticed a lot of
300
people
years
playing that
apart,
today.
And yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a
I just
single
recently
conclusion.
played through the first game, I think back in October.
Then you mean
The original.
Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But
And you know, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure people are enjoying it, but...
A slave from Dana.
You know,
just like us.
Remakes I'm hit or miss on. Sometimes I care about them, sometimes I don't.
Full run.
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else.
Shit.
That is all that matters.
I'll spill my water.
I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Nope. Oh shit.
A red woman.
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Fuck. Oh no. That's not good.
It's too late. You can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
So, like, between the Dead Space remake and Callisto Protocol, I was personally more excited for Callisto Protocol because it was something new. And then the game came out. And I played it. That's not to say that Dead Space remake is going to be bad, but or would be bad, but I was just less excited about it because we've already seen Dead Space. Damn, we're gonna run in them high heels. Miss. Nope. Bitch, you can grab the ledge, help yourself up. Shit.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you alive?
Okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance.
But I did see a game
that's the
that came
second
out
time
a couple
now.
days ago. Watching one of the streamers I like watching.
We'll steal it back.
Broadwalk.
The future's ours
game
to
came out
protect.
a couple days ago.
And right now, those things are what's
Hi-Fi
standing in our
Rush.
way.
It's like a beat 'em up
We can head them
game
off Rena.
that's
Did you say
a rhythm
Rena?
game. And
Volron mentioned a master
I'm
of theirs holed
into
up
it.
in the motherland somewhere.
Miles Wade, thanks for the follow. Welcome in.
If that monstrous
Hope you're doing
formed
well.
their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not
I like
human.
the fact that everything
for
in that
sure.
game is like synced to the music.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
Damn.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renan's or Danon.
Can I just teleport back? No.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So they
So what were they then?
A super
Human
Zoogle?
Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Doily? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena.
But we haven't even seen them chat.
Shion's thorns.
In the slightest.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a
Didn't even
thing,
insult
though?
us.
To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Likely
Both
that.
sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us
Wait,
everything
if
they
they
know.
self-destructed, are they just a construct? Like a robot? I'm just worried about why they're gonna have me walk all the way back when I could just teleport back to the, I could have just teleported back. I feel like I'm gonna run into something else here, too. Plus, I'm sure there's the fact they don't want us to just, like, skip half the level. Like, oh, you did the thing, to go on and get to it. But this game isn't nearly as puzzly as, the other Tales games that I have played. Like, the dungeons in this game are all really straightforward. There was one dungeon that was a little puzzly. Ooh. Nice. I needed that. Let's get a save in real quick. So about you, chat? Any of you gonna be playing the Dead Space remake? Like, if I end up playing it, I'm probably gonna wait for it to go on sale. I do have original Dead Space 2 on my list of games I need to play. I can't even hit the dude I'm aiming at, dude.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malika!
Astral energy!
One down. We'll go for you. Then you.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My turn! Going in!
Try to run away. Can't do it. Ooh, I do need to reset my strategy. Oh, it's already reset. Nice.
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Actually, did anything respawn back in this room? As far as,
Hey, look at that enemy! It's shining.
Alright.
Brace yourself.
Here's what I'm gonna do real quick. Just gonna miss everybody.
Here I come.
Alright.
Can't get out of this. Prepare to be sealed. I'm not done. Destruction.
Alright, everybody's gotta be on the same page here. Why are you? Oh my god, dude, just
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
like he just immediately
Take this.
tries to change the target after I've set who I want to fight him.
I'm ready to go. Take this. Strike. Destruction. Crush.
Come on, let me do an attack.
I'll take you all on.
There's just too many enemies. I can't get any attacks in.
This one's all mine. You're mine.
Who died?
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Now. Take this. Piercing roar. I'm not done.
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Force blast. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Alright. Wow. Shion being happy and stuff? No way. What a positive attitude. Alright. Yeah, we're going the right way. I don't want to fight that thing. But it's experience, I should.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Eat this. This one's mine. Lunarongo.
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Here I come. This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. Leave it to you.
Freeze Lancer!
Voice blast. Strike. Soaring light spear.
Here! Inferno! I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray!
Coming through. Ha!
Yeah. Oh.
Melt. Scarlet Inferno.
Not the attack I wanted to get on it, but
Lightning thrust.
Water!
Voice blast. Lunarongo. Lunarongo.
Freeze Lancer! Lightning strike!
Struck.
Let me show you what my heart can do!
Here I come. Dance in the wind! Lunarongo. I'm not done. Lunarongo. Burn.
no, get down.
Lunarongo.
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Lightning fountain. Destruction. Demon fang. Try this. Explosive ring.
Inferno crossing.
Try harder. Not a chance.
This one's mine.
Nice. Oh, I thought you were about to do the other one.
Now you've gone and ticked me off. This one's down. You're on.
But I'm trying to keep an eye out for the charge attack.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malita. Oh, too shy to come over.
Hurricane
Here, let me help.
I'm not done. Deflection. Crush. It's over. Do or die.
Take this! Blaze the fire! The flame inside me, yours to be let free! Lunar Longo! Rising Phoenix! I'm not done!
Jesus.
Sleep now.
You're mine!
More for the stockpile.
I can carve through armor!
One
It's
last
over!
little energy.
Destruction!
More where that came from.
Destruction! Demon Blade! Try this!
Hit him.
Here's the power of the level. Do it.
It
Neon, astral
takes
energy.
so long. Those guys are
need to
just
be
so
stronger.
tanky. Wait. Right. Now I'm going the right way.
Take this!
Lightning condemned. Thunderbolt.
Severing wind! Here I come!
Gemini
Soda!
lightning condemned. Hurricane flood.
Crush!
Lightning strike.
You're mine!
Here's a healing arc. Hurricane. Hydration orb.
Take this!
Hurricane strike. Radiant spear. Lightning
You're
strike.
finished!
Bro, how are you still dodging? Didn't I just fucking stop you from dodging?
Destruction can't get out of this! It's over! Take this! Demon Fang! Try this! Explosive ring! Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
God, I hit the wrong button.
Rising Falcon! It's over! I'm not done! Soda! Rising Falcon! Take this! Demon Fang! Destruction!
Freeze Lancer. Dance in the wind.
Piercing roar!
Alright, let's knock you guys down real quick.
You're mine!
Work call. 2 minutes. Tops. Well, that was a whole lot of nothing.
Demon Fang!
In here. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Didn't even need to call me. I could have waited like 2 minutes and they'd have
A
gotten their
hard-won
answer.
victory.
But nope. Impatient. Everybody's so impatient these days. You know what I'm saying? Alright. Hot damn, why am I so low on CP? I don't feel like the 3 fights that I've been in should have lowered it that much. Where is everyone?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Joe?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
You had me hate you for nothing.
Just for once.
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
Trying to get my chair
It's the
legs
city's
in the
core
right
reactor.
angle.
It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
I got bad news for you, buddy.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
We know a lot that you don't.
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust.
Well, who do they trust?
That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Probably Dolim.
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Gotta be a boss.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elven and Sia.
That's a mouthful.
Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal.
Yay!
I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope.
What's this blasphemy he speaks of? Being kind. How dare he?
Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among men. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
How dare he say positive things? That's not the Sovereign's job. Sovereign's job is to put us in our place.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
I mean, there's two.
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
You're literally talking
But
to
what about
Faria.
hierarchy, Avakir? Authority, the very foundations of Renan society. How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
No, nope.
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return.
But say, he doesn't want to be the leader right now.
Nor as a leader, the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different.
If he was always different, then he's no different than he was before, because he was different back then.
Maybe now I can finally begin to accept Turnagain's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine.
Damn right they can.
It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world.
Yay!
Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
You'll have to find out soon enough.
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Renan awaits.
Alrighty. Now, our Dohalim, Renan leader. Damn, we are getting full here. Ground Dasher, improved healing arts.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
Wait.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Yeah, let's do that. Yay, a bunch of stuff. Like, why would anybody pay for feed? Like, honestly, you get so little money in this game, like, as a whole. Paying for feed just does not seem worth it. Alright, so what do we got? New gun for you. New book for you. I don't have Radiant Light Part 2. Well, let's go ahead and grab that real quick. That way I can buy that later. Got that. No, hold up. This one looks more important in terms of like damage difference. I don't have enough money to keep upgrading.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Again, I wish I could sort by a couple different other things. Like by cooking effect or by strength of effect. Let's go with, for now, probably defense will be useful.
This is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away.
Alright.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values.
I'd say he
resigned to being swept
going on.
along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
Zephyr.
There's just
so
much
ago.
I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Sure.
How long have you known?
Known what?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs.
Yeah, don't be ashamed because
We
you got
have no
shit
need
going
for
on.
it now.
Everybody's got shit going
You're
on.
forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Oh, another one.
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things.
Always.
To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
But it's that...
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Alright, that was a lot of little skits. I'm getting going all the way back to ship. That's what I'm trying to think of. I do like that effectively like every single word in just about, I don't think I've ever had to pay for a good night's rest in this game. I think all the inns have been free, which is nice. How is this the only fast travel point in the entire area? Ugh. Now that I could even use a fast travel, making me run through the city. There's not even any like new side quests or anything through here. It'd be cool if there were. Ooh, I think I can pick this up though, maybe? Alright, back to the ship. The Red Woman. Damn, that's crazy looking. Oh well. Meant to pause and save.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
Yep.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Renan.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever's
Which
in
is
charge
why
of the
we're
Red
going to the
Ladies.
Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet.
Which surprisingly,
The
like
person
none of the Renans
responsible
have
for
been
all
to.
this, the Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
Okay.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should...
Oh shit.
What?
Oh shit. I was not expecting that. It's definitely a surprise. Oh shit. What the hell just happened? Where'd they take me? Where'd they just take me?
Damn! The hell just happened? Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
Ah, shit.
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Oh no.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Okay. What is going on? feel like I was kind of right. That planet's not really a planet now, is it? Oh, what's it? Oh, shit. That was the activation.
Flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
Oof.
We can only pray that they are.
That's a lot of energy going through Lenegis.
Damn it.
Maybe.
Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
I mean, yeah, can't you hear it?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
Hey, what?
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Ooh, shit.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Something that we can't see, or something still in front of us? Wait, what is that?
What is that?
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
What the fuck
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Probably.
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile.
Not necessarily.
Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Yeah, why not?
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
Literally all of the time.
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
And another one. Lots of skits.
Boo! Ah, what the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too. Whew!
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
And that's it? Cool, just the two. We are in question mark land.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
I don't know if it's a whole planet.
It's me.
Sounds like
I have absolutely no clue.
Sounds like it's been destroyed.
It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Watch, it's not even your planet.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here? That
That's
beam of
what
light
I'm
joining Dana
starting
and
to
Rena.
think.
It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
That's my thought.
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
Okay, so... Nothing to look at. Let's head up. We're down. Or around the elevator. Right. You're not even... Where am I? It doesn't even tell me where I am. Okay. Can't go to lower. Let's go to central. Can I go to upper? No. So, not what I meant to do. Meant to back out of the menu. story's got a couple twists and turns in it, doesn't it? I did not expect the planet to actually be broken up. Well, if that's not the natural, like, if at one point it was spherical.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
Wait. That's one of those red lady things.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise.
Woman.
Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
I mean, it's not attacking yet.
It doesn't look like it can move.
Until jump scare.
Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is your race?
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
Don't you make me kiss you. Hey, Grass, welcome in. How you doing?
We did not come to this place by choice.
Bet you
Our
won't.
ship was brought here against our will.
Bet you won't.
By a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women? Pulling their strings?
Great Spirit. Uh-oh.
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any
Bruh.
way.
Gotta give consent. Gotta get consent before you do
detected.
that.
The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
He's aiming my crotch, baby.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
So what the hell is going on?
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil.
Helgenquil.
The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
What's up,
Helgenquil?
Grass?
You are on Date
You
Phasal,
need sleep?
a celestial base which drifted here by accident.
Oh, you should.
The will of Rena's great spirit no longer
Body
reaches us
denies.
here.
Let's see, ways to get sleep. You could run into a wall head first really, really fast. Drink some, if you've got like herbal tea, drink some herbal tea, just help calm the body down. Some warm milk, I've heard, does the trick. I've never done that one. You rub one out like 20 seconds. Bro. Keep the skin on it. That's a bit too extreme. Gotta keep it intact. TOS. You could, I don't know, just close your eyes and never open them again. I mean, until you want to open them again, I guess. Not never. That's a different kind of sleep, for sure. But got kicked out of a friends group. Oh man. What happened? I kind of left a friends group a few months back, but the group I left was just a little too angry about everything. It's not a loss, you don't really care, but the story's funny. Oh yeah, really? What you got going on with that? Unless you don't want to state it here, but it's up to you. First, the reason why I started summoning the group was being... Okay. Was being our word. Okay. Well, that's never great. You know? It's never a good start to a story. Shouting hard R's on a kid's stream. I asked him to stop because it's a kid's stream. It's the first time meeting people. Oh, dude, that's one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of multiplayer stuff on stream, man. It's just, especially unless you have like a close group of people that you can trust, you can get shit like that so easily. And even though it's not you doing it or you advocating for it, it's on your stream, so it's your fault. Like, Twitch has some I'm not going to say dumb rules, but too strict rules on some of it. Like, I think somebody's stream got banned once because, or like some streamer got banned because like they got mugged on stream. And it's like, no violence allowed. It's like, bro, it's not like he was trying to have violence on stream. He got mugged. Like, there's no context. It's just, if the content is something we don't allow, you're done. Period. But that hard R fella, I'm guessing, was part of that group that you left. Can't blame you. Cannot blame you one bit. That seems like a terrible person. After that, you played with a guy saying the slurs separately. He was just getting on your nerves. Finally had enough. TK'd you in game. You just blocked and moved on. Yeah, that's all you can do. It's all you can do. Don't even waste time with it. There's only so much mental stress you can award those people. And they're not worth it. They're not worth it.
Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Renan and Dana from this position.
The Great...
A question.
The Great Spirit?
What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Renan, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
Oh shit.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
I did not
The
expect
true
that.
ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegis. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
That makes sense. A week later to today, all your shared friends start calling you names. Jeez. Because the guy you blocked saved a clip of you blocking him. Nah. Oh well, if they don't want to listen to two sides of a story, more power to them. I've been in the middle of some conflicts like that actually in the group that I left, kind of the same deal. One dude was having issues with a subsection of the group. And it's like, I mean, you can bitch to me about it, that's fine. I'm here to listen. But you gotta talk to them. They're not gonna know you're angry at them. Even after you shared your story, they still defended him. Meh. Yep. Not worth your time. Not worth the time and trouble. Just kick him to the curb, move on. That's all you can do. I've had to do that more times than I would have liked to admit in my life. Alright, so I'm kicking you guys from all my other friend groups. Hey, fair. Fair enough. It's sad. Sad that sometimes it's just people don't want to listen. That's all it takes, is a little bit of listening once in a while. Not asking everybody to be a saint 24/7, that's hard. Just, Jesus, just listen to what's going on. And, you know, just be real. They're not adults yet, so I'm chalking it up to leaving dumb kids. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. In the group that I had left early on, like there were only, I think, 6 of us, because we pretty much found each other on a Destiny LFG site. Apparently some shit happened one day that I wasn't there with them. And one of the guys, I don't know what was said, but like somebody took offense. But the guy that said it, he was young. He's like 14, 15. Like, he's a kid. Like, he said something this one guy found offensive, and it's like, okay. And I don't know, based on my understanding, the kid felt bad, and so he, like, became a recluse, just, like, left the group willingly, and everybody else was like, bro, everybody would have been okay if you had just apologized. But, like, a situation like you got, that's very different. Like, if they're not if the guy's not apologizing, if they're just being gung-ho and sticking to their guns, it's just not even worth it. Kid that was streaming thankfully had party audio not shared. You've been helping and showing him on how to online games. You're trying to be a good role model because he's innocent and kind of adorable. Hey, that's awesome. That's great. Actually, yeah, if he's a streamer, shit. Is he over here on Twitch? What's his name? I might check him out. Throw him a follow. Gotta keep these kids safe, absolutely. Yeah, there's people who can just be a dick just for the sake of being a dick. Which, like, there's a difference, like, I don't know. Like, there's a difference in, like, if you have to be, like, I don't want to say have to be, but, like, if you've got to be stern and be like, look, here's the line, stop. Sometimes it comes off as dickish. Being blunt can come off as dickish, but sometimes that's what you need. But if you're just being a dick just for the sake of being one, nah. I'm not about that. Old twig snapper. Oh, there's a few twig snappers. 43. Yeah, 43's got a very small amount of followers. I'm guessing that's who you're talking about. He was streaming yesterday. Rainbow Six. Some multiplayer games. Yeah, that all looks like PvP games. No, this guy shouting. Yeah, exactly. Like shouting the hard hour. I can't talk. Shouting the hard R repeatedly. Yeah, no, that's a big old nope from me. Screw that guy. All right, well, there we go. He just got another follower, just because, you know, gotta support the small guys. No context either. Started a stream, just kept going.
Maybe
That's
not,
stupid.
but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
True.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state.
So Rena...
As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Rena just exists to
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
I was right. That was a failure. I did not know.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
And the crown contest exists.
A change in plan
because
was
you couldn't
required
find
to
another
ensure
sovereign.
the spirit channeling success. However, recreating the Renasalma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
Stop the
I
whole
wish
thing.
for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
He said he was separated
I
from
did.
it.
It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say
Fair.
that?
Have you
Lenegis
seen that
has
laser
entered
beam
the
out
final
there?
stage of the
Come on.
spirit channeling plan. As we speak,
It hurts.
Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena.
Warframe feels, yeah, he
If nothing
absolutely
is done
looks like a
about the
10
Great Spirit,
for sure.
it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis. which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
I knew revenge was going to be in there.
Vengeance? For what?
He was split
In
up.
spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
Oh, shit.
You mean you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Sweet, but only if we agree to help.
Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
But...
Hey! Hey!
No
it's
but.
no use. I think it's done
Damn.
talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Dark Souls 3 only has 460 viewers. Yeah, that's... I mean, shit, one of the games that I... Like, the main game that I go to and watch if I'm just looking for a game to watch regularly only has under 50. That's, Outer Wilds.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us,
Siege,
right?
I only played a handful of times.
It's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
Probably would have liked it more
To be honest,
if I had
the
people
conversation
to play
went on
with
for
regularly,
so long,
which I did
I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said,
but also I'm not
had we
the
not
greatest at
previously
PvP
encountered the will of
games,
Dana,
so.
I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But
Siege is
why?
the birth of your online
Astral
gaming.
energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter.
You can't ignore
I don't
COD
care if we're
background.
up against
COD's
an
where it
entire
all
world
starts.
or what its game
COD's
is.
where everyone starts.
We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me.
Actually,
how the Great Spirit,
me,
the
Unreal
Helganquil,
Tournament
and the
is
Crown
where I started.
Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough.
UTO4,
But what about
baby.
the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renans once.
Yeah.
And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
I forgot you played Siege professionally. I think the only time that I was playing the game, it was like the season... The only two... I think I was playing it like at the end of one season, beginning of another. It was the season with the Aussies. It was Moe's and the other one. And then the next season had like the dude with like the glasses. Those are like the only two seasons that I played. I didn't even play that much. Like I said, maybe a handful of games. Because the guys at my... Mozzie and Gridlock, yeah. Because the guys at my job were actually interested in playing it. Measures astral energy fluctuations in Dana and Rena. And their interest kind of fell off a little bit quicker than mine would have liked to, but... especially in a search and destroy style game, I would much prefer to be playing with people that I know versus randos. So I stopped playing that one fairly quickly. Oh, hello. Hello, fellows.
Who are they?
What is
You
it?
a villager?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrect 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
Probably.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
I absolutely do.
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Hard for you to play. You can only tolerate little bursts of playing. Yeah. Yeah. I get that.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied.
Yeah, that happened.
The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day.
I'm pretty sure she didn't lose control. I'm pretty sure she willingly
For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renaissance.
Like she actively stopped doing the thing.
We didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana.
Holy shit, that's a lot of astral energy.
As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Oh, shit.
Hevrect 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
I don't like talking to this guy only because
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
They're not attached to the planets anymore. They don't care. It's just a science project. When you played Siege, you were very aggressive and angry. You got along with no one, yelled at everyone. Very angry time in your life. Rolled into normal life. Yeah. I always believed that I wasn't good enough and put myself down and others down. And backseat game people all, oh. Yeah, playing Siege just gives you that icky feeling. I get that. The red-haired dude is Dohalim. The guy in the picture there? Dohalim, voice actor. I'm looking it up for you. The voice actor is Griffin Puwatu. Griffin Puwatu. I have no idea who that is. Sounds like Luke. It does look like he was in Beastars, yeah. Lewis, yep, that's exactly who he was, yep. That's exactly who he was, you nailed it.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Faisal with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
That's why they're still alive after 300
Why are
years.
you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
Oh, shit.
And you've been working for Hevrek 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
That's
Which
why
would
they...
explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
Interesting.
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means.
But it only affects
In addition,
certain types
they
of
also
eyes?
use hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a
Hence
pretty
the
sophisticated
brainwashing.
operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way.
She's all about the
If
science
we went
now.
back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further.
Oh, shit.
That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
About that.
Thank you for answering our questions.
It wants us to stop the plan. Kind of uptight but humble. It's just his voice. Well, what's funny is apparently the character in this game, the Dolim, apparently there was a poll. One of the viewers, one of the chatters told me this a couple weeks ago. There was a poll in Japan for like favorite Tales character going all the way back to the 1990s, like every single Tales game. And apparently in Japan, Dolim came out on top. Like straight up from the most recent game, he's just like blew everybody else out of the water as Japan's favorite Tales character. You'd love to hear him read like a sci-fi book or a book or a survival book like The Hatchet. Oh my god, I haven't thought about The Hatchet in ages. Holy crap, I think I might have had like... I don't know how many Hatchet books there were, but I know I had at least 2 of them.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the 2 planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
Really?
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
They were created? Okay. That's interesting.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes?
So...
in essence, we were created...
So the Helganquil created the Renans effectively to be slaves. And then the Renans invaded Dana to make slaves. Jeez. Okay.
To carry on
The
their
slave-
work for
the
the
great
Great
slave
Spirit after
chain.
they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there.
So mages.
That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Oh, shit.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically
Jesus,
invisible,
I don't like
which they
this.
insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
Because
I
he's
guess
separated
I can
from
see
it all.
how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
Holy shit.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
So calmly. Thanks for telling us everything we've ever known has
Does
been
he
a
really
lie.
expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
I believe it.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, a new revelation smacks us in the face.
So Renan was not always
And let's hope
hanging
this is
above.
our last revelation for a while.
Interesting. Well, that's my question.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down.
So does
Is
Renan
there
just like
anything
travel
we know that's still true
the
at this
galaxy?
point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the
Stealing
fact that we
astral
Renans
energy?
were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
That's what I said.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit.
Yeah.
Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
We're gonna disband
That's a
and
good
I'm gonna
idea,
talk to everyone.
Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but
Game
Rena
seems
too.
like a better book.
If we're going to do this, we need to be completely
there's
sure
a
of
lot
ourselves.
going on in
So let's go
this.
ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay.
I did not expect.
You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I
I
gotta
could ask
say,
you
like
the
some
same
of the
question.
twists in this game have
I
definitely
figured I'd get all my
caught me
thinking
off
in while
guard.
walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Totally imagine this is a good series.
Sounds
on
good.
Twitch.
Let's go
Me
find
too, absolutely. I'm actually in the middle of reading a sci-fi series.
Yeah,
on the
hit up
last
each
book.
spot.
I just need to get back to it. Also, apparently this wasn't going to be a Tales game originally, but it got turned into one. And seeing how sci-fi this game became, I can absolutely tell. I can see that it wasn't meant to be a Tales game. Makes a lot of sense.
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well,
Stare at
if
dead
the
trees and
names are anything to
hallucinate.
go
Hey,
by,
it's my favorite way to
it's possible the
hallucinate.
Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not.
Forgotten about the fruit.
I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Everybody's already full health. I don't need that. Do I like sci-fi reads? Yes. I don't read nearly as much as I used to in my youth. But right now the book series I'm reading is actually the last book series that a fantasy writer wrote. But he wrote it with a sci-fi guy, and it's definitely more sci-fi than fantasy. Terry Pratchett was a sort of like a satiristic fantasy writer. Loved the guy. One of my favorite authors of my youth. I've been reading him since like middle school. Died some years back from complications with Alzheimer's. But he was working on a science fiction series with Stephen Baxter, who writes just hard sci-fi. And I think the first 2 or 3 books came out before Terry Pratchett's death, but the last couple books were released after his death. So I'm reading Terry Pratchett's last book right now, and it makes me real sad. Dark Life. Stephen Baxter. Baxter. Yeah, the book, the series that they put out together is called The Long Earth, and it's effectively it's not a multiverse in the sense of like multiple timelines kind of thing, but the idea is like there was Earth, and then one day humans discovered the ability that they could like step, that's the word they use, they could step to an alternate version of Earth, which humans just never evolved on. And it's just like an infinite chain of Earths that on this one Earth humans evolved, but like on these other chains, like the flora and the fauna could be different. Maybe it's still in its ice age, maybe like more meteors have hit the Earth, just like basically a curve of probability along a string of infinite Earths on what has changed. Pretty interesting read. And I'm halfway through the last book. I've been reading it at work when I have time. Hi, Kisara.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean
Kind of like
Dylan,
infinite
don't you?
realities making infinite
I
possibilities.
know that we're all struggling to
Yes,
wrap our
and-
minds around it all.
Yes and no, but it's like I said, it's not like infinite based on like choices and stuff. Like a lot of people will be like, oh well, multiverse, a bunch of different Earths that have like a different timeline. With humans never evolved on any other Earth except for this one. So it's not like so and so stepped on a leaf and created a branching path. It's just, there's a string of Earths, and humanity only evolved on one of them.
But he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
But yeah, it is.
What do you think about everything we've learned?
Infinite possibilities,
about the Renans,
sort of.
the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helgan Quill and the Great Spirit are the ones who are...
One, we'll see what happens when we get to one of these other characters. One, she is by far not probably the least racist against the Renans in the group, but two, like, as a group, the Renans pretty much enslaved an entire planet of Danans. Like, everybody hates the Renans because all of the Renans were enslaving all of the Danans. Like, it's kind of understandable, but at the same time, the other girl was significant, has been throughout the entire game, has been significantly more racist. And it's like, bitch, shut up. Bitch, shut up. So we'll see. She's gotten a little better.
At the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task.
Yeah,
we can't pretend like the past
our group
didn't
has
happen
two
and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
And Rinwell, anytime they would
Right.
help her, she would just get
Everybody
pissed
has
off.
their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it,
You know, a
we'll
group that
never
ruled
move
and is
on.
now the main target of racial
In a worst-case
profiling?
scenario,
I mean, yes,
it might
but
lead
at the
to
same
even
time, it
more
wasn't
people
an
getting
all
killed.
versus
We all
all.
have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that,
Even in
but
that,
to also
even in the prime.
embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Alright, who's back here? Alright, Renwell, what you gotta say?
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
Fair.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right?
True.
I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Renwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Because it's hungry.
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
A lot more positive than I was expecting from her. It just calls for changes in lifestyle. Food he ate and says he spoke. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely creates
I still can't believe it, man.
differences in culture.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum?
Which one was
Once
this
my
one?
memory started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
Was that
It was
Beach
really
Town?
that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody
Pain in
else,
the ass to find
I
a place to
remembered
eat,
that I
though.
still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I hate you, Law. That's why you're permanently benched. A vegetarian, a nerd, and a Jew. Nerd only ate nuggets and macaroni. Vegetarian was more vegan about his palate. And then you needed a place that was kosher. Oh, man. Man, you never... Bet you guys didn't eat anything ever.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one.
Yeah, because they just blurted it out without even
I
thinking.
can only
like it's
imagine
common
that
knowledge.
you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Hey, at least main characters
the
and maiden
least.
listen this game.
But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to
stop
serve
copying
as a
me.
mediator, so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Yay, friends.
Thank
doing
you.
friend stuff.
My friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and
You were
destruction.
literally a stone cold
When you
bitch
consider the Helganquil's part
trying
in
to
all
kill
this,
yourself
it's
at
been
the start of
even
this.
longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred That means forgiving other people. Even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't
Damn.
worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live. And that's the
Imagine
honest truth.
getting, well, unfortunately not getting with a girl, and then 300 years later,
well, is
getting the
everybody ready
chance
to do
to
what
get
needs
with
to be
her.
done?
Great.
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day,
granddaughter.
Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
Throw an
What are
extra
your
grade in
thoughts,
there for
Alphen?
good measure.
I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Renan, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
Oh shit.
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
That makes sense.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
Yeah.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time.
That's a big-ass collar.
It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort.
Collar that
Let's
straight
go
up
see what
turns
that is.
into shoulder pads? That's a hell of a collar.
Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So
Today
if the Sovereign
has
and
been a
Maiden were
lot
originally boot-up programs for
dialogue.
Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Renan we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
Alright, can I go to the upper level? What's on the upper level? I have not been here. I've only been to the central and the lower. Ooh. Nothing else in the room here? Okay. Wow. It's space. Yeah, wow. Look at that. Okay, okay, no, there's the thing. That's what I'm looking for. That's fucked up. I did not realize I was that far away from everything. I went to the wrong place. To Central. All right. More dialogue, more cutscene. What do we got?
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet.
Fair.
How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
With your swords.
By using the Renis Alma.
Oh.
You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
Oh no.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the great spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the great spirit, attacking it is futile and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Maori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it.
Yes. Take thorns,
If so,
put in Renan Alma.
can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Take spirit, put it in Renan Alma.
Well, can it?
And then...
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Won't fix their
Your
ship.
starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing.
Damn.
We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Renan, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear.
All right, Mr. Burns.
We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I
he's not a
swear I
normal
can feel
person.
my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. But with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you.
True.
Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not
like
a
a
paltry
week?
vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrect 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you get some rest in the interim. We're gonna rest.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead.
True.
Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends.
Yeah, it just takes some
If
time.
we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost.
Yeah.
Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, If you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Doll.
Did you just... Never mind.
Calling him by
Thank you,
his
Kisara.
cute little nickname.
I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Ah, we're getting cutscenes with all the pairs, it looks like.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You
Big
almost
purpose
need
is
it to be kind.
Preventing the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
Yeah.
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Hefric 35 might know the answer. But, you know what?
But screw that
guy. I don't
guy.
need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Man, look at everybody having their moments, getting close together, getting close to each other. Everybody's falling
To be
in love.
honest, the
Look
only
at
reason
that.
I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was
What?
worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No. What were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Oh. Look at all them happy kids.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is.
They are really hammering home the point.
How are you doing,
We're
Shion?
getting close to the last battle.
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it. It's
Gotta have
true
a
the
backup
blazing
plan.
sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything that
Listen,
we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike.
Okay,
We
just
don't know what's
consider
going to
the plan
happen
B.
when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
She is so
I remember
different
how I felt
from
the first time you touched me.
the beginning of this game.
My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, You didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Doesn't matter, it's still something she had never experienced.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
Yeah?
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man. We are coming up on a major moment. I can tell we're getting there. We are right there. Right there.
Everybody get enough rest?
It's not too
You
far.
ready for
from
this?
here.
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only to send down to Renan, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Renan.
Right.
Hold up.
We've come this far.
I think I placed the
We will
music.
save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see
everything.
anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Renna's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Renna, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
And they were tough.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
Oh yeah, I forgot they weren't making maidens anymore, but her maidenness is just passed down in her genes.
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable.
Yep.
Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
All
Time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Oh wait, I got somebody here to heal. Bing bong. Is that it? Is that everything? Yeah, looks like that's just about everything. Let's hit save. I want to go ahead and save now, just in case I go down this elevator and it immediately throws me into something. I'm sure it's gonna force me to go right to the next area. Probably won't get the chance to like go back to the planet for anything. Yeah. Look at that. Take off for Renan. I don't think I'm doing that today. I think we can save that for tomorrow's stream. So we are getting really close to the end of this game. I might actually do a hat trick, complete 3 games in this week. That'd be pretty interesting. But it's been a fun night. We are... Oh, man, it was a lot of dialogue today, that's for sure. It was a busy night in terms of words, in terms of story. We had a lot of exposition. We were, man, there's just so much that we learned this game. It was just plot twist after plot twist after plot twist. Oh, but it's exciting. We are learning a whole lot about this world, and I'm excited. You know, today we thought we started the day. We were gonna fly up to that city in the sky, and we were gonna win. We were gonna finish the game, and that's not the case. We still had a whole nother planet to get to first. I think that's a lot of fun. I think it's awesome that we were able to do all that. But I'm gonna call it here for the night. I will be back on, so I'm Eastern Time, US. I will be back on between 8 and 9 p.m. tonight, Saturday night. I do see somebody else playing this game. They seem to be pretty early on, so I want to raid them. Nitro GG. We're going to go hang out over there for a little bit and, you know, just have a good time, watch some Tales of Arise for a little bit. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. Thank you, all my new viewers, all my new followers. I really appreciate it. It means a whole lot to me. Thank you so much, and hopefully I will see you back here tomorrow night. Have a great night.